So yeah, which is why I'm also very much invested in building like good data collection. For HelioSync, that's kind of the same thing as well. Um, and at one point, once we have the hardware down, I really want to focus on how do we collect the data from the photosensors and like the plant facilities, and um, how can we
Yeah,
scale that data to be useful,
yeah. I mean, you could sell that data as well.
Yeah. Okay, so the stream should be live now.
Okay.
Just let me know if you can see something already.
I just tapped it out of your channel and now I'm trying to find it. Man, that's really a problem. That if I search for the business stream, your channel doesn't come up.
Yeah. It was the
It
most
makes
like,
sense because you
yeah.
don't have low views, but still.
The business stream was the most generic name I could come up with without spending too much time trying to like be creative.
I mean, the name is not bad, I think.
No. Do you want me
It's
to
very on the nose.
do you want me to share it on in Discord?
If you share it on Discord as well, there will be no delay, of course. You are on a laptop, right?
I have a laptop but plugged into like a bigger screen. But I sent the YouTube link on Discord so you can view it from there.
Because I can find it on YouTube. Okay, yeah, I'm in.
Okay. So, assuming there's about a 7 second delay, what I'm saying now, just think about it 7 seconds in the future. Um, but the idea was this: is that the best way to do a market analysis, of course, is to look at the companies. The companies are what make up the entire market, as well as like universities and stuff. But it's the revenue driving companies. So the most logical thing was to basically track every single company that I could find, and I'm sure there's more, but I
Okay.
at the moment was able to find 156 of them. And
Well,
yeah, these are all nuclear value chain companies, from mining, enrichment to actually running a facility, to decommissioning and consulting services and everything. And so the idea then is to say where it's located, and I, for the sake of organization, kind of color coded it by the continental region. So the United States is North America, Europe is blue, so Germany, United Kingdom, Europe. So I can get like a visual overview of where these are, and I can also filter all this at some point to better understand that. But then we dissect it even further. So like the technology type, some companies are doing fission, some are doing fusion. So if you're doing any kind of like uranium mining, you are within the fission value chain. And maybe fission and fusion should be two separate databases, but I think that this is sufficient enough to organize it just by these two. Then in the value chain focus, when I click here, I can give it all kinds of different tags. So for example, this company from Uzbekistan, they do both the prospecting and the mining of uranium. I think almost exclusively it's a state-owned company. So the financial structure is either state, private, public. I can define it in different stages. So if a company is in the concept stage, pre-revenue, the pilot, the growth, mature, exit, then I know exactly sort of like where it's at. Founded, number of employees, if they've done any kind of like fundraising, how much that would be. Although this column is going to be a little bit confusing, especially if you have multiple amounts that you've raised. So I gotta think about how this works. Then the different reactor types. Oh shit. If we scroll a little bit to the right, I kind of categorize it from fission reactors to fusion reactors. And so each of these companies is dealing with a different kind of reactor design. Some have pros over others, cons over others. If it's like a facility that's actually operating, or a company that's operating like nuclear power facilities, then I say what the output is, the annual terawatt hour output, the total capacity of those plants under their control, the number of reactors, and so on and so forth. So yeah, a lot of detailed information. Then there's also, I think these I'm going to delete. I also want to track universities, so like nuclear programs through like academia. Yeah.
Do you have the data on there about when the reactor was built and how old it is?
That might be useful. So yeah, this is where it's going to be interesting, because we can add like a million different data points. And I would love to add everything, but I think at the end of the day, I also need to think a little bit about like how deep of a work commitment that will be to get all that data. So I'm even thinking
Yeah,
like...
I just asked because
Yeah.
for me it maybe would be relevant because reactors have an end of life date,
Yeah.
and if they are already very old, last stream we talked shortly about France. They have a lot of reactors, but most of them were built in the 60s.
Yeah.
And they are nearing end of life, so a lot of them will be decommissioned.
That's a good
there
point.
would also probably be data about plans to decommission, because that's most public. But I mean, that's up to you what data you want to focus about.
Yeah, no, I think it's really good. I'm just kind of a blanket statement saying that I also have to really think about like what data I actually need. And that leads to another thing entirely, that right now I'm doing it through Google Sheets because it's the easiest just to get up and running. But ultimately, if I'm going to be doing multiple like research reports in the same format, I don't want to use a spreadsheet. I want to use like an actual relational database like Postgres or something. So I need to think about how that would be set up and the work that would go into it.
Yeah, I mean, databases, you could, there's a lot of possibilities. I probably would take the Linux approach and just dump it, but I think that's probably not satisfactory to you. Yeah.
Yeah, it's something I'll think about. But this first report, I think, is just going to be kind of like a trial. See what we get out of it. Yeah. And speaking of AI and this conversation we had earlier, nuclear power is the number one proposed solution for powering these data centers. And
Yeah.
I don't know if I spoke about this previously with you, but like a lot of the big AI companies, founders or owners like Sam Altman or Bill Gates, or I'm pretty sure Elon Musk and or Jeff Bezos, all these big guys, they all own nuclear power companies. And it is almost a requirement for them to do that so that their main line of business stays successful.
Yeah.
No, so this goes pretty deep.
I see that. Yeah. Wow. Are you always this thorough with projects, even if it is some hobby project or just a personal project?
Depends. I think I'd love to be as thorough as much as possible, but then there's the question of time and actually achieving the bigger picture goal.
Yeah.
What I've come to learn is that more data is not inherently better, but good data that is easily collected is definitely valuable. And so the way you collect it is also something that you have to work on, which is, how do I automate this flow so that I don't have to do all the manual work? And I think I'll really discover where the most difficult parts in this will be, and then I'll be able to identify like a quicker autonomous solution to it.
An autonomous research solution or just an autonomous solution to log the data?
Both. I was thinking like building like a web scraper. So for example, actually Wikipedia,
You talked about that.
Wikipedia has pages on almost every single one of these companies, maybe 80% of them. And if I go to one of these links, actually, like right here, they have an overview of a list of companies in the nuclear sector. So a lot of this stuff I just jotted down. But if we go to, I don't know, just a random one, Uranium One, right? They have this little section here that gives me a lot of the information that I already need. And if I had a web scraper that could literally just go through Wikipedia and look at all these things, auto-populate the cells, and then cross-reference it with like another source. And if, like, for example, here it says number of employees, 201 to 500. Does their website say the same thing? Does Crunchbase say the same thing? And if I can get like multiple inputs, then the logic or whatever will go, okay, this is probably the average of the most likely number. That would be perfect, but that's work.
Yeah, okay, I see. True. You can consolidate multiple sources. You can probably also then just calculate the median between all of those sources, or maybe also how confident you are that those sources are correct.
Right. So that actually comes to the next part of this whole plan here. First, I'm going to do all the work. But then I'm actually going to call these companies and try to get that information, or on LinkedIn speak to some of these people. And at one point I want to actually interview a nuclear energy expert, whether they're in the industry, like working, or just whatever. And then ask them, like, are these numbers accurate? Like, I can send parts of it to them ahead of time, and then they'll be like, yep, they said that, checks off.
verifying the information from a third-party expert.
Mm.
Man, you should be a CEO or something.
You know, I've thought about it. I think for me, like, I mean, this work isn't like necessarily fun, which is one of the reasons why I'm streaming it, because streaming also kind of adds like a motivation to do it. But I want to have it done. I don't want to like do it, but somehow it has to get done, right? So the motivation here at the end of the day is that this only benefits like the bigger goals that I'm going after. And if I can get people involved with this that also benefit somehow from this, I think that this is actually going to be like a pretty seamless operation.
Yeah, so what is the main driver of your motivation? Is it to provide value?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I could be making a to-do, like an AI-generated to-do list app or whatever, right? That's not really exciting. And I think that the thing that really excites me is like the really big projects, the really like impactful ones. And
you want to be part of that?
I do. And energy for me has been for a while like super fascinating, because it's also kind of tapping into my engineer brain, because there's so many complexities in like how it's produced and managed and, you know, this, that, and the third. But it's like fundamentally, I would argue, the most important industry in the world. And I want to understand it. I want to contribute to it. I want to benefit from it. I want to like do something that is beyond the normal.
Really reaching for the stars here.
I think you have to do something exciting in your life, you know.
Yeah. You don't have to say that twice.
Also, the more I'm researching these companies, I see like all the cool like website designs that they have, and how we could like update ours.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh.
It's a lot of inspiration.
Yeah, but then you really look at like this one industry alone, which is only nuclear, arguably one of the larger ones in energy alone. But for this one industry, not including oil and gas, of course, and PV and CSP and wind and whatever, I mean, you already have like 200 companies that are dedicated to this one specific thing. And then each of those companies have like different departments and employments of, I don't know, tens of thousands of people, with hundreds of millions of dollars invested over the span of decades. And I think the thing you begin to realize is just how insanely deep society has become in terms of like the layers of structure that we've built, you know?
It's a miracle that it works.
It blows my mind. Alpic is an internationally active energy group in, oh, look at this, Switzerland.
Oh, who would have thought?
Switzerland. Alpic Nuclear. The company has interest in 2 nuclear power plants. Alpic holds a 40% interest in Swiss Gösgen nuclear power plant.
I was at Gösgen.
Really? Nice.
That's a visitor, yeah.
How was it?
So I was surprised how old it was once you're inside.
Mm-hmm.
It's really like something out of the movies from the 50s. It was over 10 years ago, so I don't remember much else, and I didn't understand a lot of things, but it was awe-inspiring. Just the scale of it. Also, I was surprised about the security, because then I didn't know how much security was needed for a nuclear power plant. And also just the output. You have so little fuel, like volume-wise, and so much output out of that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I watched the YouTube channel Smarter Every Day, right? And
yeah, I know the channel. Yeah.
The guy visited one of these power plants, the nuclear power plants, and he said exactly what you were just saying, that like the security measures there are insane. Like they had an armed guard with like a rifle following them around the whole time.
Yeah. We had a guard too. I don't remember if he was armed or not, but we were also just students, like teenagers.
Yeah, it's nuts.
But we couldn't touch anything, of course. And we weren't allowed, like, in the room of the control center.
Yeah.
We just watched from outside through the windows.
Yep. I visited some power plants in Tallinn, Estonia. And it was the same thing where like they were trying to, it was an old plant built during like the Soviet times, and we went into like the old control room and the new one, so like I got to see the comparison. And the old control room was, I made a comment that it looked like the Chernobyl TV show from HBO, if you've seen it. And he said that every single person, every single person that passes through there says the same thing, that it looks like from the Chernobyl TV show, because it's this like crazy bulky control table with like 100 buttons, all in different shapes and sizes, and like lights and this and that.
Was it filmed there?
No. Probably not,
Okay.
but yeah.
Just was similar. But I think a lot of still operational Soviet plants would probably look similar to that.
Mm. You haven't seen the HBO show?
No, I haven't seen it. I've seen some videos about comments of that it is too dramatized.
Mm.
And some reviews about it, but I have never seen the show.
One of my
Maybe I
favorite
should.
TV shows.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then I probably should watch it.
I think HBO always does such a good job with most of their stuff.
Yeah. HBO had, I think, yeah, Game of Thrones was also an HBO show.
Mm. Have you seen The Young Pope or The New Pope?
No.
Another HBO one.
The New Pope, the show?
Yeah.
Okay. No,
Would-
no, I haven't seen it.
Also one of my favorite shows. It's phenomenal.
Okay, so some niche picks.
Uh,
Do you have a best show of all time?
it might be The Young Pope.
Okay.
No. Yeah, but the nice thing about making a list like this is like it brings a lot of transparency to the whole value chain of something. And let's say, aside from nuclear, you have an interest in, I don't know, software or computers, and you want to start a business in computer industry.
Yeah.
If you break it down like this and really look at the whole value chain from beginning to end, then like it opens up so many opportunities that I think oftentimes are overlooked. Because if you think about like nuclear power plants, you think of operating it. You don't think about the uranium that had to be mined, the uranium or thorium or whatever oniums there are in the world. They have to mine them, enrich them, fabricate them into like fuel rods, then like ship them. And all of these are like things that you could provide value to.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you make use of having the knowledge of the human race on your fingertips. Most people don't, well, do that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So LPIC deals with design and engineering. There is some evidence of involvement in planning for new nuclear stations. For example, in 2010, LPIC joined a collaboration to plan nuclear power stations in Switzerland with Axpo Holding AG, BKW, FMB Energy. However, this appears to be at the planning feasibility stage rather than... Yeah. Professional services. LPIC set up a company called Swiss Decommissioning AG in 2015 to offer integrated solutions for post-operation dismantling. Okay. Professional services, decommissioning. The energy group employs around 1,221 people, is active in most European countries, and is considered too big to fail in Switzerland.
Yeah.
So they can afford to fuck up.
I'd say in Switzerland that's not unusual. It's like the Saudi Arabia thing, they also just throw money at it until it fails and then they still have money, right? For big projects.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's the case here, but yeah.
Ooh, actually, I should. Right here. Revenue. Do you know how to read financial statements?
Maybe. I'd have to see what you mean exactly.
Have you like looked at like a cash flow statement or like a balance sheet statement?
Yeah, I've seen some, but that's a long time ago. Do you have like an example?
I'm about to open one up on stream. In about 5 minutes, I need to close the oven that heats the house.
Yeah.
Here we go. Reports, lpic.com. So every single public company is legally obligated to do these things. And this is perfect to find even more information. So like revenues and employee counts. Sometimes even like recent investments. Annual report for 2024. Financial report. Okay, so this is Alpic Group, but then there's also Alpic Holding, and I would like to know which one is directly involved with the revenues of nuclear, which I assume is Group.
Oh. Yeah, I've looked at them when doing research about non-crypto related projects, but that's not much. When it comes to blockchain, I do a chain analysis, but that's different. It's more like tracking crypto funds, how the ICO is allocated, and so on, to see if there's anything fishy going on. By the way, there's almost always something fishy going on, so...
Of course.
Yeah. But I mean, I can read it.
So this is what basically Warren Buffett does, is he looks at these financial reports and he does some magic about how to find undervalued companies.
Yeah. I've watched so many videos from Warren Buffett about him, and also some that he himself talked in the videos. I've also bought a book from him. He is like the best guru for non-bullshit fundamental analysis of businesses.
Yeah.
And I love that. He also lives pretty frugal.
That's what we are led to believe. Yeah, I know he's not like, you know, Jeff Bezos on the yachts and stuff, but yeah.
But he still lives in the family home, in his first home. He has more real estate, of course, but he lives there.
This is so confusing because Alpic Holding is I think I just have to download the actual report. Consolidated income statement, financial report. Alright, I gotta close the oven. I'll be right back. Maybe like 1 minute.
Yep.
Alright, I'm back.
Yeah, so from what I can tell, the difference Alpic Group is that Alpic Holding holds the shares and capital from the company, and the group is referring to every business related to, or not related to, but under Alpic Holding. So there are more Alpic companies under that umbrella.
So an Alpic Holding. Yeah, okay. Income statement. Total income. 1.3 billion, I assume this is billion. CHF thousands, yeah.
Seems about right.
Net income, 775 million. That's income, which I believe is different than revenue.
I guess it is. Yeah, what would be the difference here? Income would be the end sum, like brutto and netto.
Yeah. Because net income is the total after, like, the cost of goods sold. And then revenue is just the direct revenue from sales. Which means that if I want to start, like, tracking revenues, then I need to pick one and make sure I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, so that you stay consistent. Take the same data for everything.
Okay. According to Alpic Holding AG annual review, adjusted net revenue for 2024 was 6.3 billion. So that is. Whoa, what? Oh, that's CHF. What is that in USD?
No, 9%. No, it's about 110, 115 for CHF, but yeah, I'd just put it in a calculator.
So that would be 8. So these numbers were not the same. Ah, here we go. Income statement, net revenue. That's what we're looking for. 6.6. 2024. Why is this? What the fuck? Income statement.
Oh, yeah.
In the income statement, that's specifically income statement, it doesn't say anything about revenue, but when I go to the 5-year overview, then they have another income statement that does say net revenue. Okay, so, well, it's, yeah, net revenue, 6.6 billion. Number of employees at reporting day, 1,350.
Those are some lucky employees.
Which is actually, could be, yeah. Yeah, could be. Most of it probably goes to the shareholders, which is partially probably also the state to a certain degree.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, it's a nuclear project, so.
Yeah. But that's interesting though, because 1,350 doesn't seem like a lot for a nuclear power company. There was other companies like here, China General Nuclear Power Group. I don't know how big they are compared to the other one, but they have 20,000 employees. And then in France, the biggest nuclear power company has 191,000, so almost 200,000. 343,000 in Russia. You know what? Actually, that brings up a very interesting point, doesn't it? Because if we measure the employee per like megawatt output, like how much does one employee contribute towards the total like wattage output, right? Then you can see exactly how efficient the plant is. And if Russia needs 343,000 employees to run a plant as opposed to Switzerland, you could probably assume which company is a lot more efficient.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely.
Interesting.
There are probably a lot of differences between how we operate here and how Russia operates.
But even like maintenance, like a lot of these Russian nuclear power plants are using something called an RBMK reactor, which is the old one that blew up in Chernobyl. And my gut feeling is that these ones are also really high maintenance compared to other ones that are easier to manage.
Yeah, definitely. Also, ours is probably newer or a newer version.
KKG possesses a pressurized water reactor, and then the other one has a probably also pressurized water reactor. It's General Electric built boiling water reactor. Okay, so these are two different ones actually. Alpic uses pressurized and boiling.
Do you also get the data for the annual net output, energy output?
I do need it. That comes first.
Yes. It's below the picture in the segments.
It's like 1 terawatt hour almost.
How does that compare to like a solar, like a CSP plant?
Well, nuclear is going to produce a lot more power, that's for sure. For the size. But then the next question is for the cost. I wonder how that compares. But the biggest CSP plant that I'm aware of that isn't like a hybrid PV and CSP plant is probably no more than like 100 megawatt.
Um, 100 megawatts and how much annual output?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Because the nuclear power plant works 24/7.
It does. So we actually made a comparison between like all the different energy sources. And so
Okay.
nuclear is a very clear winner in many different cases. The only problem with that is one, the stigma behind it. There's a reason why Germany's shutting down all these plants. Whether good or bad, it's not up for me to decide. But the levelized cost of energy is sort of like end of the equation number that is also very important. And I think the LCOE, so basically the cost to produce that energy at the end of the day, is higher with nuclear than it is with CSP, if I remember correctly.
Okay. That would be surprising. But, I mean, yeah, it's really costly to run it.
Mm-hmm.
But you get so much power out of it, so...
Yep. Yeah, I mean, if you didn't have all the security measures and like controls and regulations or whatever, I think it would probably be a lot cheaper to run a plant. But you have to do that, otherwise you get Fukushima and Chernobyl and all these things. So it's not just like the energy that it outputs, but everything around it that you also have to like consider when building this kind of an analysis.
Yeah, there are always pros and cons of any type of energy production.
Mm. Annual net output. I think the financial statements should say all of that. Is this a high dividend rate? Dividend in CHF.
Is that %?
I'm not even sure. It might literally be for like whatever Kron or whatever you guys have. Krona.
Oh, per share. It is per share. So 5 francs per share depends on how many shares there are and how valuable one share is.
Hmm. I know there's in finance there's a measure to actually like it's a ratio of something that shows the dividend in like some kind of a ratio. And this is going off topic, but Warren Buffett was talking about it, that he does this kind of like analysis that it's not just the number of shares and how much dividend you're getting back from it, but like it relates to the actual cash flow of a company and yada yada.
Yeah, it's dependent on kind of on the performance.
Mm.
Wait, maybe I can research.
analysis that it's not just the Yeah, I'm not a finance expert, so I'm not gonna think about it.
When I've come across it, it was most of the time it was just in percent. But I don't know how exactly it is tied to what it is tied. Okay, so it's almost 100 francs per share. That would be, yeah, that would be almost 5% dividend, which is, in my opinion, very high for a Swiss company.
Their website is pretty nice, though. It's super organized with all the investor information.
We highly influenced the website designs of all websites business related. It's called, it's called.
What's interesting though is like it says in the past 5 years they have not issued any new shares. So they haven't done any fundraising whatsoever, it seems like. Other than maybe like loans.
I don't think they need to. I mean, giving out more shares or producing more shares is unpopular from the perspective of a shareholder that already has shares, right?
No, sure.
Wouldn't it devalue the shares?
Depends.
Yeah, I think it would be unpopular.
It depends. Like, I mean, there's a lot of math behind it. Like, if you're on the stock market, which is what this is, you can issue more shares to raise money, and then the market, if it thinks it's a good fundraise for like whatever project they have, then the price of the shares might go up. So issuing more shares is primarily, well, it is a strategy to get more money into the company. And then the question is just, does the market agree with it and think it's a good idea with what they're doing?
Yeah, I think a lot of big Swiss companies are a little bit more conservative leaning.
Probably. I want to find what the annual output in watt hours is, like, not from Wikipedia, but from here. But I don't know where to look. And that's another thing. This is. It needs to be for each individual nuclear power plant and not the entire company as a whole, which I think this is actually. Oh shit! That also means that the revenue doesn't reflect the power nuclear power plants. Mm.
Okay, I think I found it. Should I send you the link?
Yeah, for sure.
It's from their website.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, let's see. Discord. Oh, I think I have to send you a friend request first.
You can put it just in the Discord.
Yeah, in the
Yeah.
general.
What I'd like to see someday is if there's enough people in here that they actually start doing their own like research and collaboration with like the data in the Discord.
Yeah. Do you have some people in mind that would participate?
Not off the top of my head. So,
it may be in German, but you can also translate it.
hmm. Nuclear power total. Production 2024 gigawatt 6.7 terawatt. Okay. Megawatt. What the fuck? Okay, yeah. It's probably a better measure than total nuclear power output is 6.7 terawatt.
Yeah.
Does it say something about the capacity? So the peak capacity of each plant.
That would be the left column.
Of course, yeah. 831 megawatt. Installed capacity. Okay. If I do.
There's also one for conventional thermal power plants. I don't know if that's much different, or is it including?
Probably not. That would be like CHP.
Nuclear plus. Okay.
So like waste to heat, biomass, that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Okay.
Which actually those are two of the power plants that I visited in Tallinn. It was two CHP plants. Number of reactors.
Tallinn is the capital.
Yep.
Yeah. Right.
Correct. Damn, your Alpec company produces 15% of Switzerland's electricity needs alone.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
And that's actually just one of them. That's crazy.
Yeah, and some of the energy we can export if it's not needed here, so that's some money-making opportunity. 79 is not bad. I mean, it's still near end of life, but better than most French ones, I guess. Ours will be decommissioned as well, by the way.
Like done for good, or are they gonna refurbish it?
The plan right now, and I think since like 10 or 20 years ago, we voted on that, and they will, instead of what Germany did, they like decommissioned it earlier, and we will still run them until we can't anymore. So until really end of life, and then we decommission them. That's the plan right now. We could vote to reverse that decision, but I don't think that will happen.
Yeah. So I just found something interesting. If you look at the page that describes the individual power plant, they give the individual measurements, which are different from total nuclear power. Why is that? Based on Alpic's net share of total... Oh, I see. Okay. So yeah, Alpic doesn't own the entirety of this plant, and so they only take a share of the output.
That's kind of, I don't know, like confusing.
So what number do I put down? I guess...
I take the power plant itself.
Well, the problem with that is that this is like on a company per company profile, but I agree with you, to have the power plant itself would make sense.
Maybe the question is, what is more common to find in the documentation of other power plants?
Well, when you look at it from a per power plant perspective, then it's definitely the total.
Yeah, and I think that's the metric I would use for data. Like individual power plant output.
If I did that, I would have to include ownership share of that.
Is it the first time you've seen a deviation from, or two sources that are split between share and actual output from the power plant itself?
I mean, I've never done this kind of research in this way. Like for CSP, for example, we got that from an existing database, a lot of that data. But if I manually input all of this, then I'm not sure. I think I want to do it on a per share basis rather than the power plant itself, because this reflects I'm gonna do it like that, because if we were to do,
you're right because of overlapping.
Yeah.
If if part of the power plant is owned by, for example, a French company, and you have that French company on your data sheet, if you put the output of the whole power plant, then it will overlap and not give a clear picture of like who owns what.
Yeah, I'm thinking too. The alternative would be we do it on a per reactor or per power station perspective. Oh shit.
Yeah. Just the total numbers would be skewed, then it would be inflated, right? If it is per power plant, except for if you exclude other shareholders of power plant, but then you'd have to do probably much more research.
So when I put the numbers together, 40% of 1,060 plus 27.4% of 1,285 comes to 776, which is not the same number as this. 831. I think I'd rather take this number because this is their internal sort of reporting, and there's probably some math behind it that's like special.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Okay. So number of reactors means I assume it's one reactor per facility. Some might have two. I can just ChatGPT that actually. Do you have any tips for how to find more viewers?
More viewers?
Yeah.
I had some like, I think it was 6 YouTube channels. Not at the same time, of course. And it's mostly English entertainment based.
Mm-hmm.
So why would someone follow along? What value would I bring? And why would they stick around? The two most successful channels I had, one was a niche market that I have discovered about ASMR. I don't know if that said something to you.
I mean, I know what ASMR is, but...
You know what it is?
Yeah.
Okay, so I did an ASMR channel that had a black screen, and I just copied a video where nobody is talking. It's like just auditory ASMR. And why that got traction was because a lot of people don't have YouTube Premium. A lot of people use ASMR to be able to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
So, for example, in India, a lot of people would like to have a battery-saving alternative for ASMR videos. So that got some traction because of that, because it was just a black screen, so you save most of the energy that is required for your phone to be still on. And the second one was a reaction channel about German, like 10 things that Americans don't understand about Germany, or 10 things not to do in Germany, and I would just react to them. So it was very low effort production, but people just like to watch commentary about some video. And there I actually had a real community, a lot of comments, maybe about, I think, 30,000 views across all of my videos. All together, of course, not per video. And about 1,000 views per video on average.
Wow, nice.
Yeah. And I stopped the project at 100 subscribers. Then I deleted my channel.
Why'd you delete it?
I actually didn't want to. I really don't like to be known or in the spotlight. I'm like good at it, but I really don't like it. I'd rather be someone in the shadows that helps or does something. But yeah, it just got to me because of the comments and everything. It was just like they were very supportive. I had no haters at all. But yeah, and it was also just like an experiment to see how fast I could grow my channel to 100 subscribers. So it was the plan from the beginning that I would probably stop at 100. And it was 43 days. And that's pretty good. That's very much above average for a YouTube channel.
Definitely. I tried doing YouTube Shorts for a while. Not for a while, maybe like a month or two.
Okay.
Yeah. I had like 4 different channels. I was doing learn how to. I deleted the channels as well because they were just kind of cluttering my my YouTube space or whatever. One was like learn Mandarin Chinese. So I AI generated everything. So like the I paid for this. What was it? Some AI voice generator thing that everyone else is using now as well. But I would just make like a script, you know, learn one word a day, or like a phrase or something, and then I just posted just a quick short, and I ended up getting 16 subscribers, and each video maybe had like 500 views each. But it was way more work. Yeah, but it was too much work for the reward, and then I kind of gave up. And then I did some other shorts as well.
Especially with YouTube shorts or short form content in general. Most YouTubers use YouTube Shorts for traction and less for actual revenue.
Yeah. I mean, my whole goal was to make some money off of it, so I make it as repeatable and easy to, like, I could spit out random video in 15 minutes. With like minimal editing using CapCut and like AI. And the goal was to try to get like 1 million views and some funny video. I also did some other channels. but it just didn't really work out.
Okay, how long did you run those channels?
Like a month or two. And I kept them up for half a year, maybe. A little bit less, and they all died.
Did you delete them or are they still up?
I deleted them.
Oh, okay. What about just long-form content format instead of streaming?
To me, that's a little bit of a waste of time because I don't want to be like a YouTuber, you know? Or like an influencer. I want to focus on my businesses and that kind of stuff. And if somehow what I'm doing right now kind of translates over and it's just like an easy transition, then sure, why not? But like editing videos and all that is a full-time job, you know?
I actually almost never edited my videos for my reaction channels. Channel.
You just paid someone to do it? Oh.
No, it was good. It worked. I didn't have to cut anything out. I just reacted to it. I was more eloquent then in English because I practiced more. The first 10 videos were maybe a little bit more, well, less clear, but after that it just rolled. But yeah, without editing, the only thing I had to do was making my thumbnails. And I think, especially for small YouTube channels, the thumbnails are crucial.
No. Yeah, that's for sure.
It was also just before AI was able to do thumbnails better than most people, so. By the way, I practically never use AI for anything.
Yeah.
It's very, very rarely.
I try to avoid it. It irritates me half the time, you know.
I don't think there's anything wrong with using AI for a lot of things, but I'm very much an AI doomer, so I'm anti-AI more or less.
Did you see the chat? Look what someone said. He's gonna make us rich.
Oh yeah, make us rich, please.
What's the plan, Smokers Daddy?
Yeah, we are listening. Oh, that's chat from Twitch.
Yeah. He owns a medical and surgical chain in India. Interesting. So what's the business plan? How do we get rich? And you came into he came into a very random stream to propose his genius business plan with complete strangers.
Yeah, of course. That's how you do it, right? Okay. Okay, you have a license and everything, so you want to export to the European market? Make a proposal. Okay. I'm listening. You have everything. All you need is someone. What should that someone do? Okay, you need orders. Can you specify what equipment exactly you want to export?
So you're gonna do all the work, and we get half the money. Amazing.
I think he's still writing. Oh, okay, this is actually... You're typing too quickly. Not half, so what's the percentage? By the way, Martin, do you have, for cases like this, do you have some kind of business email?
I'm trying to think of a clever email. Listen, man, I'm not doing this, obviously. I don't know who you are, and who knows who you are. You should do some phone calls to companies, not random streamers.
Nah, we should entertain him. Entertain the idea to do some business with some random guy in India. I mean, why not?
Yeah.
Are you guys capable enough to get orders? You have to tell me what the product actually is, so I can tell you about if we can get orders.
The one thing I don't like about ChatGPT though is it never makes it simple. It always gives you this really, really long answer.
Yeah.
Design, engineering, structure, manufacturing.
Someone from the country I want to export to. Look, India is cheap. Okay. Cheaper than you can imagine. Yeah, but we are restricted by regulations about import and export, especially when it comes to countries like India and others that want to export something much cheaper. than the market allows here. So you know what? Tell me the name of your company and I can do some research about that. How are you called? What's your name on Twitch, Martin?
Same thing, the business stream. The_business_stream.
Now on Twitch, it was really easy to find you. Now I hear myself and music in the background. It's better now. So I don't hear anything.
Fossil and nuclear power plants.
Oh, okay, sorry. I heard it's because I opened Twitch.
What the fuck? Look at this. I guess this is a fusion reactor, but like it looks so interesting.
It seems like some technology that we have gathered from aliens.
Could be. But it never is very clear what if it's fusion or fission.
It's not clear what is fusion or fission.
No, it is to me. I mean, I'm going to assume this is fusion, right? But I want to see it in writing before I put it in here.
You could control F for fusion or fission.
Yeah. Manufacturing Europe's first vacuum vessel sector. Fusion experiment. Yeah, fusion. So the moment you asked about this guy's company, he left.
Yeah, I mean, that wasn't unexpected.
Oh my god, this is gonna take forever. If I can do like 10 companies a day, which is reasonable per stream if I stay focused, it would take me 16 streams.
Yeah, about 1 or 2 months of work.
Hmm.
I mean, you could always program your own AI. Make it into a web scraper for information.
That would take a month.
Yeah, but then there's no more time commitment.
Hmm.
Or not as much, but it would defeat the purpose, right? Because you want to do the research.
Partly. I mean, the hands-on research is nice because then I learn about each company, but at the end of the day I want to get like an overview of everything. But I feel like the overview won't be as valuable without the actual in-depth review.
Yeah, the experience that comes with it if you do it yourself, and I mean, you have some aha moments sprinkled in.
It's true.
If you want to grow an audience, you probably have to entertain people like him.
Yeah, that's a good point.
It's maybe not the audience you're looking for, but for traction in the beginning,
Yeah.
it's maybe not a bad idea.
Yeah, you're right.
I mean, if that happens more often, I could also be the one interacting with them.
Yeah.
So you can stay focused on your work,
Mm.
and I'll interact with them and try to entertain them. I mean, I have never seen something like this.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like it's unique
like it.
enough to build an audience.
At least he wanted to do some business, even if it was a scam.
That's a good point. Yeah, actually, I didn't even think about that. Maybe he was serious. Because it is a business stream.
You'd be surprised.
Yeah.
I've had some really strange interactions, but it wasn't like I thought it would be. I mean, this would be a scam, but it could also be just trying to connect with the market here in Europe.
Yeah.
Probably pretty hard finding a stream like this, and two people that are talking about the market and business and nuclear and so on.
Mm.
So you may have had the impression that that's the perfect person to interact with on the platform.
Yeah, but even if it was legit, it's like, and even if he was gonna give us half the money, it's one of those situations where it's something I learned, which is also what one of my mentors made very clear, is that like opportunistic or opportunism is just as damaging as not doing anything, because you lose the focus and you lose the momentum about the very few things that you are doing. And I'm a big believer at this point that like if you commit to something, it's you follow it through. That's the thing you do. And if another opportunity comes up that sounds great, you have to be like mentally ready to just say no, push it away, even if it's a good deal.
I mean, the deal itself, I wouldn't entertain. I wouldn't really entertain that.
Yeah.
But the interaction that comes with it, that's something different.
Hmm. Yeah, you're right. I should definitely engage more, or at least someone engages with the audience.
I mean, I'd say that is that is like some success on this stream. Someone that typed in chat.
Yeah. I mean, yesterday, actually every time I streamed, I've had a couple people kind of talking about things. But what I'm really hoping for is, I'm hoping LinkedIn picks up on this in some capacity, because that's like where all like my VC contacts and like business contacts are. And, you know, I have a pretty, I wouldn't say large LinkedIn following or like presence or whatever, but I have enough to like be somewhat convincing. And I hope this kind of brings some like a bit of a spotlight onto like the credibility of me wanting to work with people, you know?
Yeah, for sure. Not really familiar. Prior to last time, I didn't even know that LinkedIn had a streaming service.
Yeah, it's a little weird because technically you're supposed to schedule it. The way it works through my app here is that every time I complete a stream, it creates a post, or it creates an event, which becomes a post. So I think what LinkedIn intended was not so much for what I'm doing, but if someone was doing like a how to build a pitch deck workshop or something like that, you know?
Oh, yeah, okay. The question then would be, who in your LinkedIn network has the time to watch your stream at that hour of day?
Yeah. Well, I see it as two things. So, I mean, I'm from the US and I have a good part of my LinkedIn is definitely from the United States. And right now is like middle of the day, somewhat, maybe more towards the evening.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
So maybe if someone's on like a work lunch break or something, they might tune in. But the people that I'm actually associated with, which would be like here in Europe, and I'm not going to say exactly where, but those people I feel like are going to be a bit tough unless I'm doing it during the workday. Because I've also noticed that with like LinkedIn, people don't actually use LinkedIn during the weekend that much, even though it is a social media. It's like during the workday at your job kind of situation.
It is definitely a different audience from the other platforms.
Yeah.
Oh man, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just important to stay consistent. And I think the best viewer is the one that is also consistent. You know?
Yeah. He still needs a reason to be consistent, but the best viewer is the one that's always there when you stream.
I think what I'm gonna do is like after, I don't know, 5, 10 streams, once I have something already put together, I'm gonna make a LinkedIn post or more of like a reach out effort, like, hey, who wants to help with this project? And that might actually drive some viewers.
I don't know if I asked you the question some earlier time, but you are not a gamer, I think.
I mean, I definitely played a lot of video games when I was younger. I played Rocket League and Counter-Strike and RuneScape was definitely a big part of my life.
Oh yeah.
But I mean, I've played all kinds of games, right? Like I had a Steam library that I've spent too much time on, but I feel like at this point in my life, it's also not. I mean, I have a kid now, you know, and if you do stuff like that, you start to feel guilty.
I know what you mean.
Yeah.
I started to feel guilty about a year ago, and now I almost never game anything. Play anything.
I mean, I do occasionally hop on RuneScape every now and then. Because there's also the saying that's you never actually quit. It's very true. You only take extended breaks.
So, if you wouldn't be streaming this, and you didn't have any responsibilities in your life, what would you be streaming about?
Probably nothing, to be honest.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I wouldn't be streaming. I don't really want to be like a influencer or streamer type of person. Because for me, the motivation is also that like I want to like provide real value and not just entertainment. That's what kind of gets me going.
But you have hobbies and passions outside of something clearly valuable or business.
Yeah, for sure. But I wouldn't be streaming it. I think that's the difference.
Okay.
I play guitar. I have a kid. I think right now that's kind of like, in a weird way, the hobby, you know? Raising a kid.
Yeah.
I used to go to the gym all the time, and then I started a business.
And then I started a business.
And then maybe
Say yes.
the stress got to me a little bit, and I neglected the time I spent there. But actually, my girlfriend and I had this conversation today and yesterday that I'm gonna be going back.
So, a positive or a negative conversation?
No, very positive for sure. But it's just kind of like shedding light on like the. Listen, when you have like life-changing things like a kid or like you start a business, it's sometimes tough to keep the routine. Because when I moved to the country that I'm in right now, I had a lot of free time. I had like the ability to basically do whatever. I had a little bit of like money in my pocket, and I just dedicated all my time to like going to the gym, trying to find like a good job, which I did. Bought a motorcycle, like the third one. I had a couple motorcycles in the U.S. and I was just living life. It was pretty chill, you know.
Yeah. That sounds like something. Like you hustled.
Yeah.
Oh, if I may ask, how did you end up in Estonia?
Oh, I was hoping you wouldn't say that word.
Oh,
No, it's all
I
good.
mean,
I mean,
you're streaming on LinkedIn.
yeah, that's true. They can see that. My family, my mom's side is from here. So one day I was just like, fuck it, I want to change my life up a little bit. And moved here.
Okay. And I guess you speak the language.
I do.
fluently.
I do. I also speak German. I don't know if... I think you know
Wait.
that.
You speak German?
Ja. Ich bin in Deutschland geboren. Ich habe mein ganzes Leben Deutsch gesprochen mit meinem Vater und Familie.
So why are we communicating in English? Well, on stream I understand why, but
Because my German is shit. That's why. And I think when it comes to like business and getting stuff done, English is kind of also the default in the community.
Yeah, that's true. But it sounded like, I mean, good German to me.
Yeah. No, I prefer to speak English. Personal preference. So I'm speaking to ChatGPT right now because I'm trying to get it to like search for links, and well, first of all, it gave me this link right here, which is a consolidated financial statement for the parent company of Ansaldo Nuclear. And then I asked it, can you find me a statement about Ansaldo Nuclear? Like, in context, you would understand that that is a independent statement, not of the consolidated sort of parent company with all its subsidiaries. But it literally just gave me a quote off the internet and not what I needed. And I think that is the biggest sign that AI just is not even close to ready to be like reliable.
I think AI may never be really reliable in the sense that we think about as humans.
I agree. I think
it's like a monster that we created.
Yeah. I mean, there's all kinds of like philosophical ideas you could get into about AI. But I think the human condition is so much more complex than a large language model statistically calculating the probability of the next word. And one of the big things that I think a lot of people don't consider, and probably because it's morally wrong to do so, is that pain and suffering are part of the fundamental development of our existence. And so I had the idea that like if you really wanted to make a like artificial general intelligence, you have to put it through the entire growth that is sometimes uncomfortable that humans go through, you know?
Yeah, but in a way, it already does, doesn't it?
It doesn't though, because it's not actually ever challenged. It's just a process of understanding the data that it has access to more efficiently. It doesn't actually ever have like resistance against its own operation. And as a human being, you have resistance against you all the time. Like, for example, I'm gonna be careful, hesitant to like touch the stove when it's hot, like simple things like that. I don't think about it because it's statistically a stove and it might be hot. I think about it because contextually I'm aware that I turned on the fucking stove, you know? Yeah, I think all that being said, I'm also not the expert, but I think AI, like real intelligence, is so far off. Long ways to go. So you used to do like SolidWorks and electronic
Yeah,
like design and stuff. What did you work on?
SolidWorks for mechanical design. What I did? Well, I mean, I can design most things to 3D print, and that's about what I did in one of my jobs. But there wasn't huge demand. It was just we produced components for real-time real-time, how's it called? Übertragung. Like the, not processing, but the transferring of data for mostly for train systems. And in that production line, my main task was to optimize the process and also to program the machines, the selective soldering machine and the automatic optic inspection, which is probably the most difficult task I ever did in a conventional job.
What was the task?
The programming of the automatic optic inspection was the most difficult one.
What language did you program in?
It's not a language. It is. Okay. So there was some name like Atom something, but it wasn't a programming language. It was taking real time values. No, it was taking values from what they see. It was, I think, 8 cameras or 9 from different angles, and then you have blocks processing that information, and you give the value of every one of those blocks, and in the end you have something like 100 different blocks for each PCB or for each product, and they are all connected in some way or another with each other. For example, if there was text on a specific component, I would have to manually set the values so that it could read, or that it would see this accumulation of pixels as an H, and this is an A, and this is an 8 instead of a B.
So it's kind of like machine learning in a way. I know a lot of basic machine learning was doing like pattern recognition for texts and stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But it was all like we had to do it manually. And building each of those learning components ourselves until it matches the expected or the desired output. False positives and false negatives were the biggest problems. And so to come back to your original question, all I did in mechanical design was designing custom components for some machine in the process. So one of those was a triangle that has these specifications to mount this component to there to give an offset of that many degrees.
So it was
But
like
that was yeah.
It was like pretty technical logic kind of work that you had to do.
Yeah, most of it was process optimization in for the machines, and also I was the project leader for quality testing equipment for one in particular. So yeah, it was. I mean, most of the work in the field of electronics engineering is pretty logical.
Yeah, I never really got into like actual like PCB electronics stuff. I know my dad always wanted me to. He would give me like those like robot kits where you can do that kind of stuff. I never really got into it though. But I really got into software development, which was very interesting.
Yeah, we had software development as well. The how is it called? Yeah, the vocational training I did as loosely translated, it would be an electronics technician, but it's actually more like a mixture of a software engineer and an electronics engineer, just more simple, less specialized. We specialized in the last year, and I'm very grateful that I got a chance to be an electronics technician instead of software developer, because both vocational trainings were offered to me by that firm. And what I've seen from the friends that did the software development, they were really good at programming. They understood much more about servers and application programming and so on. But because they didn't understand the hardware of it, they couldn't like design their own machines to program. And I had the luxury to be able to like design the PCB, to solder the components, to engineer the whole layout and schematics, and then program on the hardware that I built myself.
Nice.
And that's it's like a cheat code a little bit for life. At least it's that to me. Because if I want to have a machine, some hardware that does some specific thing, that's just useful for me in this household to do some mundane task, or I could just build it and program it.
Do you do that often? Like if you, I don't know, want your toast to be 5 degrees hotter or something?
I've used it a lot for repairing stuff, especially for other people and for mostly for people in my family or my friends, because a lot of like appliances and things that have simple electronics in them, they fail not because of not because the whole thing fails. It's most of the time it's just one component. And if you swap that, or if you can diagnose that, for example, my rice cooker just didn't work anymore. Nothing happens, no lights, nothing. So I opened it and I've seen a temperature fuse that they always use. And that was burned out, so I just circumvented that with some soldered cables, and it just worked again. So average people would think, oh shit, it's just it's broken.
Yeah.
And then they buy something new.
Yeah.
But if you have the knowledge, you can replace it. And as far as like projects on the ground up go, I've told you about making my coffee machine into an IoT device that can talk to an API, talks to the Ethereum blockchain, and then detects the transaction to the wallet to then make a coffee for you. And to actually build that, I built a system that just talks. No, wait. That just controls a relay. So just on and off relay. If a transaction comes in, then the relay relays the current, and it is on. And the funny thing is, I could have implemented that in a lot of things. It didn't have to be a coffee machine. So you can solder that to the board of the coffee machine, where it would detect a pressed button, and you circumvent the button, and then the button becomes the communication device to the API. But you can do that for a lot of things. And what if I build? I really have to think about these things. I never think about what I did, except for when I'm asked. So, oh yeah, of course. 3 times we have carnival here in Switzerland, similar to
you have
Germany.
What? I didn't catch that.
Carnival.
Carnival. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, like the fest. No, the party. Yeah. Fest is maybe better. I don't know if you've experienced that, but for a restaurant, they always every year they do like decoration for their restaurant that has a theme, and I've built the electronics for that. For example, the last time I did it was 5 different monitors that are decorated in a way that they look like portholes of a ship, and then they looped like videos of fish, but it had to make sense with all the other portholes, so there is an illusion that you are in a ship and you look into the water and there are fish and so on swimming around.
So you got contracted to do like this work for Carnival event?
No, it was not contracted. I just, like I said, I like to help, so I did that for free. Yeah, but that was a multi-month project.
Wow, nice.
And yeah. I just like to help people, and to them, I mean, they were so amazed by simple things, but nobody can do that they know of. So it is a little bit like magic, even if it is not really complicated.
Yeah.
But who wants to learn how to actually build some electronics hardware, right?
Yeah, I was thinking I'm gonna, ironically, go buy another one of those like robot kits, because I mean I've had a little bit of experience with it, but not enough to be a professional by any means. But I know that like my dad, he does very similar stuff to what you do, but maybe not for Carnival, but he'll do it for like his own personal needs in his line of work. And so actually he made a decent amount of money from buying broken oscilloscopes and like measurement equipment off eBay that wasn't functioning. So these would be like, if you were to buy brand new, I don't know, back 10, 20, 30 years ago, however old these things are, you would be paying like 5, 10, 20,000 for one of these oscilloscopes, but he would buy them for like, I don't know, $500 off eBay because they were quote unquote broken. And he did the same thing, just opened it up, looked where the short circuit was or where there was any kind of like corrosion, just kind of patched it up together and it worked and sold it.
Yeah, a lot of people, a lot of students with my vocational schooling did that after graduating. Mostly with like broken consoles or broken phones, because you can buy them in large batches, like 30 old iPhones that are broken. And most of the time it's pretty simple to make them work again.
I used to do that. It didn't last for very long, but I would buy broken iPhones and like this is when iPhones were easy to open up. And
yeah. Oh man, you're right.
And I remember I went with my dad to in the United States, near Chicago. There's this place called the Museum of Science and Industry, and I got my dad to drive me 45 minutes into the big city, into a random museum, to buy a phone from a person just so I could have the experience of doing it. And my dad did it, which looking back was ridiculous because I probably made like $20 off the repair.
Yeah, but you made the experience. You gained experience.
Yeah.
But that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I really would like to have a project like you have with your dad. think that's a unique experience to have, to
It definitely
work
is.
with someone you know, like you've known for your whole life, and is also so near to you.
Yeah. I mean, it has its pros and cons, of course, like anything else.
Oh yeah, I can imagine.
I mean, there's two reasons why I work with him. One is that he is incredibly smart, and he truly is the one that has all the good ideas. Like he's an inventor by mind, and so in that regard, I'm pretty lucky. I mean, HelioSync would not exist without him. The concept just would never have come to my mind. And
Yeah.
the other reason why is I trust him, you know, and I feel like that is, at least in my life, incredibly difficult to come by. Like someone that you've like really trust, you know. And in terms of like business, I think that's so important, of course.
Yeah, trust is one of the most important things, especially for startups, where you have to work in very small teams.
Yeah. How late do you usually stay up?
Usually, I go to bed between like 10 and 1 o'clock. I actually have implemented more or less a new system of a work week, which would be not to focus on the week, but to focus on every second day. So one day I do active work intensively, and then the next day I rest or do what I do every day, which would be studying. And then, yeah, the next day then it's work again, and so on. So I have active days and non-active days. So on the active days, I usually go to bed later, maybe near or around 12 o'clock. And on the non-active days, I go to bed earlier, about 10 or 11. And today is an active day.
Yeah. I'm probably still gonna stream for another 30 minutes, maybe an hour. We'll see, and then I gotta slowly go to bed. But that's really interesting. I realize now, like when I said let's like book a meeting or something, you don't do it the day after, and that's probably why.
Yeah. That's the reason why.
I've never heard that before, but that's like an interesting approach. Do you feel like you need that to kind of like recharge and like balance the week in terms of responsibilities?
Yeah, it's about recharging, and also I'm actually very susceptible to be a workaholic. I've learned that the hard way. And it helps to really set some days that are for resting or that are less active, and I hold myself accountable to that. And also, I think it increased my productivity. Not overall, but on the days that I actively do something, I actually do a lot of things. If I schedule anything with anyone, it's always on the active days. And also, it's giving me a routine that I can follow, because now I'm self-employed for 5 years, and it's really easy to lose track of like time and I don't know how to explain it.
That makes sense to me.
But it's like you. At the beginning, I just continued how I knew how to work. Like, I had a work week. Like it was a normal job. But then, because you have so much freedom and I have downtime between the market fluctuations that can go on for months, then you just lose the ability more or less to hold yourself accountable to do things or to schedule things so that you don't lose to lose the routine.
Yeah. I have a kind of work style that's maybe a little bit destructive. I tend to really get into something, which is also one of the reasons why Bitcoin was a big part of my life. Like, I got really obsessed with all this stuff.
Yeah.
And the problem is that I burn myself out, and even like right now, it's almost 1 a.m, and I've been at this for 2.5 hours.
Yeah, I can absolutely relate to that. I mean, like 5 to 7 years ago, I would have probably been doing something similar to what you are doing right now. Maybe not streaming, but just, for example, I day traded for half a year, and I was really burned out. I had an actual burnout, but that was earlier in a conventional job. But yeah, it's difficult to start something, but when I'm really invested in something, then I kind of can't stop.
Yeah.
And also it impacted my sleep.
No.
So now I'm trying to slow down, and for the past 4 or 3 years it worked out, and I didn't feel like burned out.
Yeah, the burnout thing is, I feel like I've had that more than a few times this year. And like with Heliosync, it's well, I guess with any sort of like startup that you do, there's periods of like really, really intense work. And then it kind of just crashes because, like, for whatever reason, people are not responding to emails, or I don't know, the holidays happen, and then you feel like the complete opposite of what you felt like a week ago,
Absolutely.
So I think now in my life I'm trying to I say that as I'm doing this, be a little bit more balanced with like and maybe like patient with people, with expectations, longer time frames. Not to say that, you know, like slacking or anything, but like that you don't need to succeed in a day. It can happen over the span of a year, for example.
Yeah, if you make 1% progress per day, you make 365% linear progress per year.
Yeah. Holy crap. Have you ever done like one of those puzzles? It's actually kind of like a puzzle what I'm doing right now. It's like every piece gives a little bit of a dopamine hit when you complete it. And then the further along you get with the puzzle or whatever you're doing, eventually there comes a small obsession to complete it, like finalize everything. And I feel like if you're looking on the stream still, like all these cells being filled in is like me putting a puzzle together.
I can absolutely relate. Yeah, I'm constantly looking at your stream on my TV. To me, now we're getting maybe a little bit philosophical, but since I'm 20, I try to study at least 6 hours a day, and I don't really care about what exactly. Some of the time has to be allocated to things related to my job. But to me, like the whole universe is one big puzzle, and the Earth is a puzzle in itself, inside of that puzzle, and every puzzle piece is something that I've learned, and a lot of times there are connecting pieces that give me that eureka moment. And it's a lot of times it's two completely unrelated topics.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for
Maybe
sure.
I could think of an example, but I see like my inner mind puzzle getting more filled out with puzzle pieces of knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
But then also, when I'm learning, I'm seeing the bigger picture that for every puzzle piece that I complete in the set, there are two new puzzle pieces to add to the set.
Yeah, definitely.
So it's like the more you learn, the more you learn that you know nothing. And I will never complete the puzzle.
Yeah. I watched a very interesting video today, as I feel like I do every day. It was Elon Musk talking about like what motivates him and why he does what he does, and I feel like this is a very popular video. You've probably seen it, but it was him saying that he had like an existential crisis when he was younger.
Yeah.
And that Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy kind of gave him that. It wasn't all these other philosophers, but it was Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy that gave him the ultimate idea of like the philosophical framework that he kind of has today. And the part of that was really interesting was the problem is that a lot of people are looking for the answer, but instead they should be looking for the right question to ask, right? And
yeah,
that what's right in front of us, this universe, that is the answer. You already have the answer. You know?
yeah. And that's even more relevant now because AI is also works like that. The better the question you ask, the more useful the information.
Yeah. That's a good point, actually. It's like prompting, you know? Learn how to prompt.
Yeah.
Good point. I never thought about it
That's
that
why
way.
we have prompt engineers.
Mm-hmm. I really like this style of streaming, and I feel like I definitely want to continue doing this.
Okay, I'm glad.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate you being part of the call, but I was just thinking, like, how do we get more viewers, and how do I? Because like I'm still getting work done, which is nice, but it's like entertaining to talk about stuff as I just fill in the blanks here. But I'm thinking like eventually at a point we need to think of ways to spark conversations, and I'm wondering if like certain articles or whatever might be something I want to look into. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that would probably be very interesting to someone watching. Depends on the topic, of course, but
I mean, this would essentially turn into like a podcast.
yeah, that's how it feels right now. Yeah,
And instead,
not that it is, but it's kind of in between.
instead of subway surfers in the background, it's research in nuclear.
Yeah.
Multinational mining.
The opposite of brain rot.
Yes. Maybe that is actually like the next big wave, is like we entered this really heavy brain rot stage, and now everyone has this fatigue of like over dopamine exposure. Maybe this will be like the next popular
market.
Yeah.
I would be interested when you have traction, like who the audience is, how the composition is.
Mm-hmm.
Is it younger people? Is it older people? I mean, it's definitely probably men and not women, but or mostly men.
Probably.
And also where they come from. That's all metrics you will get.
Mm-hmm. But you know, I feel like you'd be really surprised. A lot of women are interested in these kinds of formats. And I would actually argue that there's a high chance that there would be a really high female audience. Because I feel like with video games, for example, I think that is a traditionally very high male audience. But with like academic topics or maybe not as much of a dopamine hit kind of topics, maybe I might just be assuming here, but I feel like there might actually be a good female audience.
I would say I'm pretty familiar with the market and metrics on YouTube, at least on YouTube, about gender. So I'm willing to bet on it. I'd say the maximum, it won't go over 20% female viewership.
Okay.
But I mean, as I said, that would be a bet. I could still lose. You could be right. I don't know if this is something. But yeah, I mean, maybe I'm biased, but I still think it's something that that women won't have much interest in. Maybe more in our conversations, but they mostly use things like Instagram instead of YouTube. So the viewership, participation of women is already lower on the platform itself.
Yeah, that's true.
And apart from Instagram, the older women would use mostly Facebook. Then there's a lot of Snapchat, TikTok, of course. Like, this is maybe I will be surprised.
Don't they? I've never done it before. I'm not much of a gambling man, but isn't there a website called Polymarket where you can bet on just about anything?
Yeah.
Make a bet on that. I had this idea a while back. When I quit my software development job and I was looking for like startup ideas to work on, I had this idea which was called the 10 MVPs project. And I would define 10 ideas that I could build an MVP like as quickly as possible, get something up and running, and present it to the world. And one of those ideas was actually betting on the weather. So like you could gamble on the outcome of like weather.com reports or something.
I think you can do that on Polymarket.
You probably can.
I wanted to bet on a lot of things on Polymarket, but it's banned here in Switzerland. Can't even get access to the website. But I have one thing that I can show you. If you want to bet, this is probably the absolute easiest money you can make. I mean, you can look for yourself if you think that's a good bet, but yeah. Oh yeah. There it is.
You posting on the Discord?
Should I post it on the Discord, or I could also post it or send it to you via WhatsApp?
It's up to you, however you feel.
Okay, WhatsApp is easier because I'm already here.
I'm looking on Twitch right now and I already have 8 followers. That's pretty exciting.
You have 8 followers? How many did you have yesterday?
6? 5 or 6, maybe?
Okay. 25% gain.
Yeah. Yeah, I really gave it some thought that like I can't expect big views immediately. That it really has to be like a very slow step-by-step process.
I mean, you could also do some variety streaming. Maybe do one stream of this and another stream about something else. Just to get momentum in the beginning until you've consolidated some community.
Yeah, maybe.
And then you can focus more on this and also build upon it. Also invite people to talk, podcast like. People with insight. I mean, you talked about it last time.
Yeah, I really want to get like industry experts to like review the data, because there's like so many conversations that can come from that, and yeah.
Well, if you had a following of like 500,000 subscribers, then you would always almost have a guarantee of people that are willing to come on your show. If you have outreach, you get partnerships on it.
Yeah. It's interesting.
Sorry?
No, I'm just looking at different companies and stuff. There's a lot on this list, I guess, that are either out of business or they were acquired, or they are subsidiaries of another on this list. And then the thought is, how do I organize it that way? I don't think I will, but it's, you know.
I don't know how easy it is, but you could implement some kind of pointer.
Yeah.
Then make a structure out of it.
I think ultimately what I'm going to do is, for now, keep it relatively lightweight without trying to have all these interconnections. But then once I understand this project a little bit better and across like multiple industries, I think that's when I'm going to build like an actual database, a relational database, and then I can have all kinds of weird connections and multiple values per like table, you know.
Yeah. I'm also thinking about, you could do the same thing, but instead of nuclear energy, you could do research about blockchain projects, and I could probably help more.
That would be interesting.
And also, a lot of people think that the blockchain market is like exclusively some crypto projects, but that's just not the reality. There are a lot of companies that use blockchain for completely different purposes and solve solve problems with blockchain that actually have a real life value and use case.
Do you have an example of that?
Well, I talked about Golem, but I mean, okay, let's think.
Well, let me ask this real quick. When you say crypto, are you, or saying it's not crypto, are you saying that there's no cryptographic, like hashing?
No, it's more about crypto in the sense that mainstream people talk about, like cryptocurrency, and they don't have to do anything with cryptocurrency. I mean, the cryptographic hashing process is fundamental to blockchain in some ways, mostly because of Bitcoin. So there are a couple of proposals and systems that don't use the same hashing algorithm or use completely a different thing, like Hashgraph or IOTA with the Tangle network. They use a different system instead of blockchain. But most blockchain technologies use some kind of hashing algorithm. And I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. The problem why I use these cryptocurrencies, I've actually programmed one myself a couple of years ago. It took me 20 minutes.
It's that easy to pull the rug and make 10 million, yeah?
It's even easier now.
Is it really?
You can you can go to pump.fun and you don't even have to program, you just set variables, like how many coins, how it's called.
It's called pump.fun?
Yeah. That's one of the biggest, like, gray zone scam websites.
Oh my
but
god.
It doesn't outright scam you, the website itself, but the people that put their cryptocurrencies on Pump.fun, they put it out, then gather some investments because of whatever,
Jesus
and
Christ.
then just dump it.
What?
There was some 13-year-old boy
I read about that, yeah.
that did the project, and there are more of people like him that did that. And it's not like they gained millions, it's just like a couple of thousand, and then they dump all of it.
Holy shit, I did not know this existed, and like, my god. We are living in
If you want to make money fast and do that,
wow.
it's just maybe an ethical problem and also a problem with the government because of scamming, but
Wow.
I mean it works as far as I know. I wouldn't use a VPN, I would use the Tor network. And then you're practically untraceable. I mean, the CIA could still trace you, but for like $10,000, they won't lift a finger, so.
Yeah, that's one of those things that really makes me sad about crypto and Bitcoin is like it's so like financially motivated that like, people do this kind of shit, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when I started, I really believed in the impact that blockchain can have, and I mean, I still believe in the possibility Because I mean there are use cases that it's absolutely perfect for, but as you said, the focus is on short-term gains or long-term gains, or well, it's just financial gain mostly.
Hey, so we just hit about 3 hours in this stream, and I'm quite enjoying it. Is this something that you would continue to do, like on a multiple times a week kind of basis?
Multiple times a week, maybe sometimes, but I couldn't give you like a fixed schedule that would work. For example, next time I could join on stream would be in exactly a week, so next Thursday. So I mean, it depends on how much wait, how much time in advance do you need?
Well, I'm gonna do this.
The answer that I can join the stream.
I'm gonna try to do this
anyway.
Yeah, I'm gonna do this anyway. So I'm gonna try to do this at least like 3, 4, 5 times a week. We'll see how it goes. And of course, having someone to talk to makes it much more easier and entertaining. But
yeah. So I just suggest that you tell me as soon as possible when you know that you will be streaming, and I can probably tell you on that day if I'm available or not.
I mean, at the end,
not on the day streaming, on the day you tell me about it.
Right. At the end of the day, no pun intended, I want to create a schedule so that it is a very consistent kind of stream.
Yeah.
So when I put the baby to sleep, which is usually around 7, 8, depending on how it works. Yeah, like 8 or 9, 10 o'clock, and just start from there. Do 2 hours. Maybe do it like every other day, so I also don't burn myself out.
Do you know which days of the week you want to stream? Are those fixed or flexible?
I mean, they're very flexible, but I don't know what days most people are watching stuff like this. I feel like Friday is a pretty good day. Weekends are probably also pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's stuff that I'll figure out as time goes on.
Okay, so you can just send me like your schedule for the week or when you know that you will stream. If it is 2 days in advance, I can give you an answer outright, and but I enjoy it. Yeah. I mean, the time did fly by. At least that's my impression.
Yeah. I even got a little work done.
Yeah, I was concerned about if I was too much of a distraction if we talked.
No.
You can also stop me if I talk too much, or...
Yeah, no, I
yeah.
think it's fine. It's all good.
So yeah, I like that. I can guarantee that I'll be available every week for a couple of days, but there will probably be some weeks that I can join multiple times, and there probably will be weeks where I cannot join. As long as you're not dependent on me joining, I think it's all okay then.
Yeah. And I mean, at the end of the day, I also want to have, all kinds of different people tuning in, having conversations with.
When you're saying all kinds of different people, does it have to be related to the research topic at hand?
Mostly, I think so, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes it more difficult, because I can think of a lot of people that would be willing to talk, like podcast style. But I know nobody that is like an expert in nuclear power.
I think the best approach would be to find people in the energy industry that have either a lot of experience or some kind of like influence or pull, and then using that as a basis. I mean, it can go into like podcast style conversations about God knows whatever, as long as it's like appropriate for the stream.
What would be inappropriate?
Like the political biased opinions and stuff like that,
It's funny. Why is that? Why do you try to avoid it so much?
Because for the same reason you don't talk politics or religion at Thanksgiving dinner,
Okay, so to avoid like a heated discussion.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. And also maybe a little bit also because of personal branding.
Also that, yeah. Because my goal at the end of the day, and truly, is not to have a political bias or not to, not like someone because of the political opinion they have, but rather the influence or the pull or the weight that they bring to the table in regard to the industry that I'm interested in, right? And I think at the end of the day, that's a much more valuable conversation to have when it's based foundationally around that thing, nuclear energy, CSP, cold oil, blockchain, whatever.
Yeah, I think it may be difficult to enforce that, even with experts in the field, because the conversation, like the internet conversation points, are currently highly political.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be a big problem, and if it does get to that, I mean, it is what it is. But I think there's also a degree of like responsibility that I have to have in like guiding or leading that conversation.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to be like a gatekeeper, but I also have to look out for my own interests, which is what you mentioned earlier.
As long as you don't censor people.
Yeah.
I think it's fine.
Exactly.
Yeah, what do you think about the bet? The Polymarket bet I sent you.
Oh, I never actually looked at it.
Oh.
That's literally free money.
Yeah.
But how do you enforce that? That's the question. Like, who decides whether that thing happened or not? You know?
Yeah, that's a concern. But if it is not a clear outcome, then they will refund the money. Minus the transaction fees. But that's not a lot.
So Polymarket is essentially the arbiter of this deal.
Yeah.
And is that a 50-50 chance? Is that what it is? Like,
sorry?
Is that basically like a 50-50 chance that you can double your money depending on the outcome?
The less likely it is in the prediction market, so the more people choose one side, the less money you make on those bets.
Right.
So it's what is it here?
Well, my question is more so here it says 46% right now. That means that basically it's a 50-50 bet. Obviously 46%, but you get what I'm getting at.
Yeah, it's like horse races.
Yeah.
The slower horses, or the horses with worse track records, get the better returns. So if the chance was 90% yes, you would make more money if you put it on no and it comes true. So the difference between the two options is what gives you the return odds. No, not the odds, the return amount.
No.
And here it's actually, I mean, it doesn't matter even if it is 50-50, you still get money from the right bet.
Right.
I think you can also implement leverage, but I'm not sure since it is blocked here in Switzerland. I can't really get your data without a VPN.
I mean, I assume that if you leverage the bet, which is like a margin, right? Like a margin trade.
Yeah.
Then you would have to have the opposite margin against that someone is willing to trade.
Probably, yeah. In binary options, it's likely that it works that way.
Yeah. Well, I can't imagine that Polymarket will pay the difference if that were to happen. So someone has to take a bet against that for sure.
Yeah, definitely. But Polymarket makes most of their money from the little fee per bet. So it's a couple of percent, and because they have so huge amount of volume, they make a lot of money through that. And also, you can literally bet on anything.
Yeah.
And it's also affecting real world events.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've heard about this, but the WNBA, they had someone in the audience threw a dildo on the basketball court during the game.
Okay.
And then on Polymarket there came the bet about on the next game will there be a thrown dildo on the court or not. And then there were conniving people that bet yes, and then they did go to the game and threw the dildo themselves. And
Oh, so
won from it.
they gamed the system.
Yeah. And that's a problem that will be becoming larger.
Yeah.
If prediction markets such as Polymarket exist. And also there is another big platform that does the same thing as Polymarket. But if you are an expert in a field, you can make good money from that. Because you're just better than the average person at predicting those things. So I'd really like to be able to invest in it. Oh, Klook was the other big platform.
Yeah.
I don't know how the regulations are where you are, but if it's not banned, maybe look into it because yeah, I mean you can bet on anything, and I mean you could bet on this because this is pretty sure bet. I would say.
Yeah. Yeah. And if I'm wrong, I think we have a totally different situation on the planet anyways.
What do you mean?
Money would be meaningless if the Son of God actually arrived, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's why it's such a sure bet, because if you lose on that bet, you have bigger problems anyway.
You know, that's a sort of philosophy or approach to the market that I've been thinking of. That you know how they say if you invest in the S&P 500 just consistently year by year, like over a long period of time, you're going to always make money.
Yeah.
And what I was thinking was the alternative, if everything crashes, you have other problems anyways, right? If the S&P literally crashes, the entire economy is kaput, gone, done. No companies are really operating anymore. And at that point, like paper money, what was the crypto term for paper money again? Fiat currency is like worthless, right?
Yeah.
So I've been really thinking like, I mean, right now I'm kind of broke, but investing in like index funds is actually a good idea.
Yeah, and you can circle hedge yourself. You can diversify by investing most of the money in index funds, and then also investing some money in actual gold, but like gold you can touch, and then also in Bitcoin. So if the stock market crashes, you will probably be safe because you have gold and Bitcoin. If for some reason, let's say AI figures out a way to break the hashing algorithm of Bitcoin, that would go to zero. But then you still have the S&P portfolio or the index and gold, and well, the gold market, I don't know if it ever really crashes. But yeah, so But you're right. That is an approach. I mean, we are fucked anyways.
No.
If the market crashes, so why not just invest in it?
Yep. You know, I think that's also another look at what money actually is. Like a lot of people put value into money, like it's like that money itself is valuable. And the more that I grow and live and experience these things, money itself is completely meaningless, and what's actually valuable is the movement of it and what it represents, which is a transition of energy or potential through an economy. And understanding that, because I look at money like energy, given that I'm in the energy business, and
Yeah.
every time, like just recently, the federal budget was approved, they are printing more money because what they're doing is they're stimulating the economy to a certain degree to move more money through it, and this typically results in like inflation and other things that kind of just increase the amount of energy that is available within that economy, right? And I guess what I'm trying to get to is that there's a reason why every country is always inflating and not deflating, because no one wants to approve policies that reduce your purchasing power. You always want more cash flow in the system, and that's why people are always, voting for inflationary policies.
Yeah, you have to. I mean, that's how bubbles form.
No.
It's like you're almost required to continue, because if you don't continue, then the crash would be imminent, probably. So just print more money and hope that the public, the individuals, will not understand what is going on. And now a Big Mac here in Switzerland costs more than $10.
Wow.
Yeah, crazy. Also the cents, like the pennies have lost their I mean, the cents don't represent anything anymore. In the past, if you had products that cost $1.50, now it's $15. Those 50 cents on top of that would mean nothing.
Yeah.
It's almost. We will get to a point where we don't print any more coins or produce any more coins. And in Zimbabwe, where they had a hyperinflation problem and still have, but a lot of times they just, when one banknote was like 10 trillion Zimbabwe dollars, I don't know how it's called, they just slashed 3 zeros from it. And that's an illusion in itself.
No. Well, that's like the same thing as like, what really is the difference between 10 centimeters and whatever the equivalent is in inches, right? That they're just different like ways to measure the same thing. And so then the question is like, who at the end of the day is getting the bigger part of the pie as a result of the inflation or even deflation?
Yeah.
And it's usually, yeah, the government prints money, so it's trickle down, and whoever has the best relationships with the governments gets first dibs.
So more like a trickle up.
Trickle up.
Yeah, instead of trickle down. I mean, a lot of people believe in trickle down economics. I can't say anything about it, but trickle down would imply that if rich people or super rich people exist, then if they consume or buy anything, that will ultimately trickle down to the bottom. But I don't think that it happens in an impactful way.
So what I'm talking about more though is that at the end of the day, all money starts from the very top. Even if you try to put into place like trickle up economics, the only entity that's printing the money is the government, and so they're the ones that are giving it to the commercial banks, or they give them the ability to write the loans in a credit system, and then the banks give it to the companies, and the companies give it to the employees. So even then, there is no way around trickle down.
Yeah, that's true.
And that's the thing.
That's where. Sorry?
No, that's the thing, that it's your relationship with the government, and the people who are close with the government are the ones that make all the money. Hence why Amazon and Oracle and Nvidia and all these whatevers, they are very close and very successful with like government contracts.
That was one of the reasons why Satoshi Nakamoto even developed Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Because you can't print more Bitcoin. It's either you mine them or you trade them. But there is no centralized power that has authority about how much Bitcoin is in the market. And there's only 21 million that can ever be produced. So it's not deflationary per se, but at least it doesn't inflate. Also, a lot of Bitcoin will be lost over time. It already has been lost. So.
But then I think it still comes, even though there is the minting of like new coins, at the end of the day, it's the people that are better at not collecting, but finding ways to put it in their own pockets. Those are the ones that are going to concentrate all that wealth. And there's the saying that if you were to redistribute all the money in the world equally to every person, within like a month, it would be exactly back where it was. Or something like that.
Yeah. That's true. Maybe not a month, but absolutely it will probably allocate itself at the place that it was earlier.
And if that happens, then you actually want inflation. Because at least you can deflate the value of the people that have all the money and refuse to re-trickle it down. Inflation gives you the opportunity to redistribute. Which is ironic, isn't it?
It is ironic.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, and that's exactly why, like, I want to stop looking at money as a valuable thing in itself. I think that is the core of the problem, is that people value the accumulation or the ability to accumulate more than using it.
Yeah, I treat money very similar to that. I think money to me has only a value as soon as I exchange it for something that I actually can use.
Yeah. I mean, back to the Warren Buffett conversation, one of his primary indicators is companies that have a high amount of cash flow, which means that there's liquidity in the business, that the business has the ability to move and, be flexible, and it's not like freezing up. And one of the biggest indicators of a recession or even depression is when large amounts of money are locked up in funds or savings accounts of some sort, and it's not being used. Which is why I'm a big believer that the VC game is actually a little bit fucked up, because they allocate and they commit massive amounts of money across all the funds in the world, all the different family offices, whatever. And it's not even VCs. It's any sort of like fund that locks up money. They're not actually using it to benefit the economy. And I think that collectively, if you were to even invest in bad projects, as long as the money's moving through and going to other people, it is much more valuable as long as it's moving.
Yeah, it's for money to flow, there has to be something between that triggers input and output.
Yeah. But then the paradox is, of course, that if you're always moving money, then you have the chance to lose it all. And then you're broke, and then you're fucked. So it's like you do have this incentive to want to save it, and yeah, it's a tough situation.
The best case scenario would be if you have so much money that it doesn't matter, and then you're free to invest in what you want, because you have so much security, even if it fails, if there is no returns, you can be much more willing to risk.
If you have all that money and you have that freedom, it means that other people don't. Because if they had the equal amount as you, then your proportional sort of, your contrast to those other people loses you a lot of value in the money. And so I think at the end of the day, there is no solution. And the idea of like equally distributing money is also equally as bad as allowing people to concentrate it into one place. And I think we, at the end of the day, realize that it just becomes a very competitive game, which is life. I mean, even life without money is very, very competitive. And I think that's exactly what kind of the point of money was supposed to be. That it is an abstraction or a representation of the potential that you as a person are able to accumulate and use. This is getting very philosophical. No.
Do you know about game theory?
I do. I'm not an expert, but like I know that there are only winners and losers.
Game theory has a lot to do with what we discussed about this. Also about the
But isn't game theory about like that you are quantifying the world in a way that every increase implies like a proportional decrease? I might be wrong, but I remember that's what it was.
It's about statistical probabilities that determine what the best position is to have.
Yeah. Where the outcome for each player depends on the actions of all participants. So there's definitely like a consistent cause and effect like strategy to it.
Yeah. I've bought a book about game theory just a couple of days ago. And if you understand game theory, that's also a cheat code.
Yeah.
For example, gambling. You are susceptible to develop an addiction for gambling if you don't understand statistics and game theory. So that's why I don't gamble, or when I would gamble, it would be because of the entertainment value and not because of expected expected success. So if I go to a casino, I always play with the money very mathematically, and I optimize it for game time instead of returns. So my goal is to break even at the end, but have like 3 or 4 hours of gambling with just a couple hundred francs.
Yeah. Yeah, I've never been to a casino, and I think for me it's also been very clear that like best case scenario, I break even. And the idea of even thinking that I could double my money is actually a little bit crazy. If that was my intention going in from the beginning.
Yeah, I mean you could bet it all on black.
Yeah, but then I'm equally as likely to lose it all, and at the end of the day, it just comes back out to that same thing that, like, statistically, the best case scenario is to break even. It's not even break even, but lose like 0.5% or 1% whatever the house edge is, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So it's like, yeah, like when you really think about it logically, gambling is a waste of time. It brings you nothing. It doesn't. It's the entertainment value. That's exactly what it is.
Why do you think so many people still gamble and develop gambling addictions, even if they have the information that the house always wins statistically?
Because I believe some people like to feel emotional about something, or like an emotional attachment. That emotion is very, very strong. And it's the same thing with like drug use, right? I mean, you know it's bad for you, but it feels good. And so the chemical cocktail inside your brain, it doesn't lie to you, but it masks. Your own mind tries to justify it by like trying to hide the truth that you always are aware of, you know?
Yeah, to me it's just very fascinating how many people succumb to gambling addiction. Because, I mean, most gamblers that have an addiction, they will gamble until they have no money.
Yeah.
And they will still gamble after that as soon as they have money.
Mm.
And their emotional state during the gambling itself isn't very positive. Sometimes I think a lot of people also suffer from like the chosen one complex.
Mm-hmm.
That they think they're in some way special, maybe because they have
Bewusst, like belief or something.
What it is? Oh,
Delusion.
consciousness.
Oh.
We all have consciousness, but I can prove that you have consciousness. So what if I'm the only one with consciousness? So I must be special.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I've seen a lot of religious people that have problems with gambling.
Fun fact. Did you know that Las Vegas was very, very largely funded by the Mormon Church? Or Mormons.
I've heard that.
Yeah.
But is it true?
Yeah, it's true. I mean, there's a lot of investors in general, but a lot of that money does come from Mormon investors. I think a large part of it is also Italian investors.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Of course.
It's funny, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, the world always has to be like this.
Yeah. And the other funny thing is also, you know how Jesus Christ tells you that you should give to the poor? The Vatican Church is one of the wealthiest entities on the planet, and they, I believe, own the most land in the world.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean... Oh man, the Vatican. Oh. I just want to see what they have locked away in their chambers. Like how many artifacts are there? And how much would that be worth? And I mean, That's such a large topic.
Yeah.
The Vatican. Also, they get the church tax. Catholics have the rule. I don't know if it was 10% of your income is taxed.
I think that's a Mormon thing. That is active today. But then I'm sure there was a church tax with Christianity as well. But in the United States, at least, churches and religious entities don't pay tax at all in the country.
Oh yeah, I mean the tax for individuals that follow the church, to the church, the tax for the church. So here, if you are a Catholic, I think it is 10% of your income that will go to the church, or go through the government, and the government manages it so that it goes to projects of the church or building of new churches or something. And I just think when I traveled a lot around Europe, and especially when I was in Sicily, because I'm quarter Sicilian. I went to Syracuse, and it was just really a shithole. But the one thing that was luxurious and the most beautiful, like, landmark in the city, and also all of the grass and the plants were maintained and everything, was the church.
No.
And that was really an interesting contrast. And in Spain it's similar.
That reminds me of Dubai. When we went to go visit the solar park, the CSP plant and the PV plant, it's out of the city. You have to drive at least 20 maybe 30 minutes to get there. And almost the entire way they are watering plants and grass and trees, and there's not a single house anywhere nearby. And there's no one walking. There's no people there, but they have irrigation for just random spots in the desert, which I found so funny.
Yeah, it just has to look good.
Yeah.
Also, golf courses.
Aren't golf courses one of the... Yeah, they're one of the biggest water consumers on the planet.
Yeah.
And avocados.
And they have... Yeah, and almonds.
Yep.
Coffee is also a huge water consumer.
I love coffee. I drink too much of it.
I mean, it makes sense. That region has a pretty high consumption of coffee per capita. I mean, it also makes sense just because of the sun, less sunlight.
Yep.
Harsh winters. But yeah, we drink a lot of coffee here as well.
Yep. Okay. I think I'm gonna probably end the stream here pretty soon. I'm kind of losing focus on things, but I think I got a good amount of stuff done. I don't know if you can see it on the stream, but it looks like a little bit more filled in now.
It's definitely more filled out than when we started.
Damn. Okay, so actually, before we end, um, I want to think about how to make get the most value out of this data set. So, I mean, the initial goal was to collect all the data and then analyze it in some capacity, and then come to conclusions about the market just based on this table here. But that would be just to make the report, and the report itself can be sold or given away for free, or, for example, paying members in the community, they get it for free, whatever it might be. But then the alternative is this data set itself can be sold. And so then the question is, like, what is the best way to structure it so that one, it contains all the information, and it's also something people want,
Hmm. I mean, I don't know any particular group that would want this information except for people that are specialized in trading in nuclear energy sector. But
personally, I would go to, like, the first one on my mind was VCs that have, like, nuclear portfolio companies, or the startups that are trying to compete in that space, and then they don't have to do all this work.
The question is, how do you find them?
I can find them. That's pretty easy.
Or how do they find you?
I don't think. Well, I mean, that would be an easier way, but I think it would literally just have to be like cold outreach. I just automate some messages and send it to people.
Yeah, that's a start. You can go from there, depending on how successful that strategy is. I could imagine that there are people interested in that.
No.
I mean, I would be interested if you did that about blockchain projects. I would buy it. Well, depends on the price, of course, but to me it would be valuable data.
Okay. Well, just as a basic research, what if this was a blockchain database and it had, a similar number of data inputs and numbers of projects? How valuable would you find that? How much would you pay for something like that?
Okay, let's see. It depends on what data you collect exactly, but if it is as valuable as the data you have about nuclear energy here, maybe $500. Maybe if I had preview of the first 15 companies, then I could evaluate that, and I would probably be open to pay 1,000. But I'm also just a person, so I'm not VC. They have more money to allocate to that. How much did you think you could sell it for, this data?
Well, the first thing that comes to my mind is that there has to be something that's unique about this, because Crunchbase, like, if you think about it, just getting like a Crunchbase subscription, it has to be cheaper than that, because Crunchbase probably has all this information already, if not a little bit more detailed. That's my first take. So the other one is that there has to be some uniqueness to this, which could be tied to the report, that there's an actual analysis of all that data, and it's not just very segmented like it is on Crunchbase. But together with the report, I think that a really good database with all these data inputs and a fundamental ground up analysis and comparison on all sides, you could probably sell it easily for a few €1,000 per client.
Yeah, what I would find helpful is if you remember my business analysis sheet, the corresponding graphic that I had, the spiderweb.
Spiderweb. I don't remember.
When I did the business analysis about your project, I showed you an Excel sheet with market metrics.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I remember. Yep.
You could take all this data and make a graph like that to see what the strengths and weaknesses are of each company.
Yeah, there's a few angles to this. In any case, I think that's just something we need to think about, like, how do we craft it now so that it's ready for what we want in the future?
Yeah. I mean, we still have time to figure it out.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I think I'm going to end it here then. Thank you for everyone that watched.
Yeah, thank you. I still want to hear the proposal of that Indian guy.
Yeah, maybe he'll come back someday and finish his proposal.
Yeah.
So I take it tomorrow you will not be doing this?
No, tomorrow not. Saturday I can't. Sunday is the second day after that, so...
You said Thursday, I remember.
Monday and Tuesday, yeah, it's probably Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
I could join maybe spontaneous, if you're open to that, if you're streaming and yeah, you can also just, if it's not too much work, sending me the link when you go live.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I find the time and energy to join.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, Thursday would be the next clear date that I could.
Cool.
Join.
All right. Well, let's.
Maybe Tuesday. But I'm not sure because I'm with family and I don't know how long that will be.
Okay. Yeah, it's whatever you can do.
Yeah, but that was nice. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, this could really become something.
It's also interesting. Yeah, it's also interesting just to watch you fill the data out and see where you get your sources and I wouldn't be able to be as concentrated as you probably to do that.
All right. Anyways, I'm gonna end it then, and I'm sure we'll talk tomorrow. Yeah, if you have any questions about HelioSync, then of course always feel free to ask, and I'll respond.
Yeah.
Okay.
Of course, I will.
All right.
Okay.
Have a good night.
Yeah, you too.
Bye bye.